How much sugar does an astronaut enjoy in his coffee? Just a teaspoon. Welcome to the stream. I appear to have broken my face cam. Which is great because you don't have to see how horrified I am at my own joke. Let me see if I can fix this. Having a lot of technical difficulties tonight. Alright, I appear to be back. Oh, the moon is made of cheese. You know what? I didn't even put that together. But it is perfect, right? Let me welcome everybody. Lucent Jelly's first in chat with some fiery emotes. Let's not hope it's the final day. I mean, I'm not ready to be done with this game necessarily, like the way I'm kind of ready to be done with Brave Fencer Musashi. I feel bad because there are some things I really like about that game, but it has just annoyed me to no end in so many parts that it's just kind of ruined itself for me in a lot of ways. I really want to like that game more than I do. But it would do me no good to lie about how I feel. So yeah, sorry I was having a little bit of trouble there with the getting things started, but I think we've got audio and video. Oh, my sound is probably really messed up. Hang on. That's probably a lot better. You had the mic picking up the game audio there. Who else have we got? Statcat, welcome in. Thank you for the inverted face cam. Always a good way to start the stream, right? I bet you didn't expect that. It happens. It happens at the start of the stream sometimes. And Morshoe, that RTX Morshoe. Great to have you here again. Love this game. I really like Majora's Mask. This game has been a lot of fun. I'm pretty far along. You totally thought the cheese icon was intentional. Yeah, it didn't even occur to me. I was just looking at them and I was like, well, see, I only have one Zelda-themed icon, and I can't believe... And this is not a, like, hint, hint, get to work kind of thing, because really you need to be working on your video, Jelly. But I can't believe I didn't have you make a Majora's Mask Frownie for me. How in the world did that not occur to me? It's actually too warm down here for the hat tonight. So what was I saying? Where are we? We're pretty far along in Majora's Mask. We're going... The idea is to do an all masks playthrough. I'm not so concerned about 100%ing everything. Like, I don't really feel like I need every heart piece, but I'd like to find all the masks. And I'm really far along, but... The trouble is, I'm running out of ideas. I'm kind of running ideas of where is left that I can go. Why is the Great Bay all foggy? And nothing else is? That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Does that mean anything? Means I haven't bought the map over there. That's what that means. I should go buy the maps from Tingle. I'm one part piece away. So there are a couple things I haven't done yet. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 5 masks that I haven't collected. I've got a lot of heart pieces I haven't collected. Things I know I haven't completed. So, in Icona Valley, there's a door I can't go behind because I don't have enough heart containers. Hey, we have a raid coming in. Well, let's just take a moment and welcome everybody. Free Needles, welcome to the stream. Crabs, where did the crabs come in? I'm guessing that's from something that was happening on the other side. I see. Yeah. Crab boss giving you a rough time, eh? Well, thank you for the raid, Eddie. Always happy to have you here, of course. There's a link, my friends. If you want to take a moment and follow that to give Eddie a follow. Eddie does a lot of cool stuff. He does retro games and indie games. I see a lot on his stream, and he's generally got a very laid-back, chill atmosphere. It's a great place to unwind. I'm always happy when Eddie is live at the end of one of my streams after I've been suffering. After I've been suffering for hours with a game that's too hard for me, which is all the time. But yeah, let me summarize for your benefit and for mine where I have left to explore. There's a door in Icona Valley I can't get behind because I don't have enough heart pieces, heart containers. So if I get one more heart piece, I can double check that door and see if we can finally go through there. And that could have a mask on the other side of it. I don't think I finished the Great Bay Spider House. And that might be where I start tonight, is in the Great Bay, since I want to buy those maps. I feel like I got a heart piece out of there, but I don't think I got all the Skulltulas. There were some I couldn't figure out how to get. So the spider house, I think, is the first place to check tonight. And if I can find a heart piece anywhere, we can check the door in Icona Valley. And then got something going on with the man from the Curiosity Shop. He doesn't have a ribbon. Cafe's mom doesn't have a ribbon. And the postman doesn't have a ribbon. And I'm not sure if that means So I'm thinking all three of these are tied to the couple's mask in some way. So I think when I got the couple's mask, I think I have missed something. Something that happens around 6 o'clock in the final day. Or after. Because they're all connected to that quest, so I think I missed something there. I really don't want to do that quest line again. I've already done it twice. But I think I have to. And I think there's... Alright, there's Anju's grandmother, but I know why I can't interact with her. And there's someone I've never met. So I've got a lot to explore. I think what we'll do is we'll do the couples match storyline a little bit later on tonight. We'll do that one more time. I'll go looking for the Curiosity Shop guy and Cafe's mom and the postman during that. And if that doesn't work, we may resort to just doing a cycle where we just pick a character and just follow them for the entire time. I really don't want to have to do that, though. I'm thinking the postman might be a good candidate. I just follow him the entire 3 days and see where he goes, if I can get some ideas of what to do. But I really don't want to do that. So I'm hoping that is not what is necessary. But anyway, we have a plan. Spider House first. Well, we're going to grind some rupees first, because we got to buy some maps from Tingle. I'm wondering if we buy all the maps from Tingle, maybe he'll give us a heart piece. I kind of doubt that, but it's possible. I like to use the Deku Mask for rupee grinding out here. Hey, we have another raid coming in. Wow. I better run somewhere a little safe. T. Wallace, welcome to the stream. Welcome to you and your friends. Very happy to have you with us tonight, my friend. And let us know, how did your stream go? Stardew Valley. I keep saying this. I say this every time Stardew Valley comes up. I've never played it. I really want to, but I'm so horrified. I'm so afraid to play it. Because I know if I play Stardew Valley, it's going to consume my entire life. We will do nothing. We will have 15-hour streams of Stardew Valley every day. And I will just wither away to nothing as I just grind away my whole life in Stardew Valley. I know that will happen to me because it's happened to me with Harvest Moon games before. Not on the stream, but when I play Harvest Moon, when I get into a Harvest Moon game, because I don't like all of them, but some of them, when I really get into them, I can really, really get lost. Moderation is key to Stardew Valley. I don't know if I have the, I don't know if I have the moderation bone in my body, though. Chill as always. It looks like a great time. Some of the like really like early morning streamers that I know do Stardew Valley, and I'm usually pretty happy to see it because it's a really good place to unwind. Oh, I should slow down time. I'm probably gonna need a lot of time. We also, tonight, just want to look around the Great Bay, and Icona Valley. We want to look around, just kind of look around both of those places in general. And see if there are, like, any caves or holes in the floor or anything that I missed just in the general area. We kind of did that a little bit in Snow Peak and the swamp. Kind of just like when I took the boat tour 1,000 times. Alright, I think we've got enough money in our pocket now. Let me see if I can remember Epona's song. I enjoy the chill atmosphere of the game. Helps me unwind after a long day. Yeah, that's not even having played it. That's how I feel about the game. I have very positive sort of secondhand feelings about what a laid-back game it is. Cows are important. Welcome in, cows. We got a little bit of a late start tonight, so you're just in time. I've done basically nothing in the game so far, except think out loud about what I have to do in the game. This game was scary. Link always looked Like someone was ripping off his face whenever he puts on a mask. It is the mask transformation scene is pretty terrifying. There might also be something to do with the Gerudo Fortress. I feel like I spent a lot of time there, so I'm not eager to go back to the Gerudo Fortress. And will avoid it if I can. But there was something weird where one of the, after we completed the quest line over there, one of the Zoras told us that the Gerudos were looking for us. And I could never figure out what that meant. And I kind of just started assuming that, oh, I wonder if we can break these rocks. That might be something worth doing. Is that a torch underwater? Oh no, that's a giant bolt and a like. I was kind of just hoping that the thing that the Gerudos wanted to see us about was something we already did, and the game just didn't realize it. I feel so scatterbrained because I'm constantly running. I'm running a program in the back of my mind the entire time that's just dedicating most of my mental resources to thinking, like, where have I not explored in this game? and it's slowing down everything on the surface. Surprised to see you only be going about 20 minutes, and here I was thinking I was late. Yeah, I ended up a little late tonight. The day kind of got away from me. I'm actually going to be eating a bit during the stream. Jelly's going to bring me down some rice for dinner. Because I didn't have time to eat properly earlier. But I will, of course, I will mute the mic and try to keep any sort of food consumption audio to the absolute minimum. I figured I could afford to have a bite to eat during this game because there's so much time where you just stand around doing nothing anyway. Sort of an unfortunate side effect of the in-game clock. I haven't gotten cows on my starter game yet. I'm sure they'll be important when I do. Nice. Alright, well that gave us a piece of the map. I still don't have Zora Hall. Zora Hall probably doesn't have its own map, though. I think this is it. I think the map's complete. Tingle did not reward us for buying all of his maps. Can we duplicate a map? Oh, thank goodness. I really think we deserve a customer loyalty heart piece. Oh, that doesn't work. I thought with magic we could break these. Well, that's bad news. so difficult to decide what to do first sometimes. I need to go back to the Zora Hall at some point because there's a guy who wants a pictograph of Lulu, and I need to figure out. I need to figure out how to get him a satisfactory picture so he can give us a reward too. What's this? Oh, please be something good. It's just gonna be money. That was very exciting for a moment. Maybe that's a good idea too. Maybe I need to look behind more things in the game. Hopefully we have everything we need to get through here. Whoa! I think collecting most of these should be pretty quick because we already partially did this once. Actually, we partially did this twice. So I think this will be a pretty quick project. I guess I should warn you, every time I open my mouth like that, I'm wrong. So, when that proves to be untrue, please don't think it was a lie. Sparrow, welcome in. Great to see you. Thank you again for that song, Sparrow. That Moon Patrol song. I really like that song. We listened to it again tonight. I don't think we can interact with the masks on the wall. I think that they are just... for show. No, we can. Because there's... well, the bugs come out from under them, I think. Boat Ladder. Happy Thursday, Boat Ladder. Welcome to Majora's Mask. Hopefully the final night of Majora's Mask. This game is really good. I'm still having a lot of fun with it. I'm just... It's pretty hard. It's pretty hard to play through blind. Even though I did play it as a kid, I'm having a hard time with figuring out where to go. I know there are more bugs in here. I can hear them. The Skulltula houses are great for item drops in the randomizer. Yeah, they'd have to be, right? Because there's all kinds. There's all kinds of, like, places where stuff can be hidden in them. Someday I'm gonna get a flash cart for my well, I think I'd prefer one for my Super NES if I could only have one, but I'd like to get flash carts for some of my consoles, and then I'll be able to do things like randomizers. And I'll probably perform very poorly. But I think we'll have a lot of fun. Regardless. Burn these photos? Just knock them down. My big issue the last time we were here, or at least one of them, the one that really sticks out that I remember, was that there were some Skulltulas in the ceiling, and I couldn't figure out how to get them. They're like inside a light fixture in the ceiling, and I couldn't figure out how to get them out. I'm guessing there's like an invisible switch or something somewhere I never saw. And these guys, I made the mistake previously. We need to speak to them. Captain, sir, it's been a long time since we've last seen you. As you have ordered, sir, we're investigating the secrets of this place. According to the information I obtained, it seems Blue should be shot 6th. Okay, I actually still have my note about this written down. Okay, and he's gone. There's a thing I can pull somewhere around here. Oh, did I check these? There are applications that can modify a Majora's Mask file and randomize it to your liking. Best if it's for an emulation. Yeah, I don't, so I stream off of original consoles for a couple different reasons, most of which are connected to my lack of computer prowess. So I'd really prefer a situation where I could create a randomized ROM and then dump it onto a cart that I can play on my console. And I realize there may be technical issues with that that prohibit it from being possible, but in my ideal world, that's what I would like to do. I only have one computer, and it's a fairly modestly powered laptop. And I don't really trust its potential for streaming and running a game, even an emulator. at the same time. I think we would have a very poor quality stream. Just pretends to be the original hardware. Yeah, see, that's why I assume that it should work fine. But I've made a fool of myself more than once with by making assumptions. And yeah, there's some sculptulas in a chandelier in the ceiling. I'm not looking for hints about how to get to them. I'm just sort of thinking out loud. I may ask for help if I can't figure it out. I may eventually ask for help, but I wanna examine the situation a little bit more before I resort to outside assistance. Frownie's just holding out until there's a super cool ghost ROM hack that replaces all the enemies with red Aramers. That's my dream game. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the graveyard at the beginning of Super Ghouls and Ghosts? Every coffin that rises from the ground opens and a red Aramer comes out. What a horror show that would be. I can't wait to play it. Simpler, the solution's simpler than I think they usually are. I hear another one. In fact, I think I see another one. Nope, that's just the web. Alright, probably downstairs. There's a lot of stuff down here I haven't gotten to. There's a lot of stuff down here. Alright, we'll start in one corner and work our way around. Waiting on the Gianna Sisters ROM hack. I would imagine there would be a ROM hack, right? Where someone had already ported the Gianna Sisters to, like, NES or SNES. Surely someone's done that, right? I mean, well, the SNES wouldn't be, because that's a more powerful hardware. For a D-Make, you have to go to something less powerful. And I guess the NES would be sort of like a cross-platform, right? Oh. Oh, you got me. Okay. The C64 is more powerful than a 16-bit NES or SNES, rather. I'm a fool. I'm a fool. I still like my idea of porting every Nintendo 64 game to the Commodore 64. I need a team of programmers with nothing to do to get in touch with me. Alright, I think I want to explore this room last. That's the room. That was the room that was the source of my great confusions. So we'll go back there last. Do the math. Uh-oh. I don't think I've seen any invisible Skulltulas yet. That's kind of surprising to me. Invisibility seems like... What? Is it behind there? It is. That one up on the one on the roof scared me. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. Made me jump a little inside. Is there a reason this crate has a spider on it? I don't hear anymore, so I think we're probably done with this room. Never mind. Oh, there's a whole area up here. I just did most of this. or all of this, I just did it a couple weeks ago, and it already is like I've never been here before. I don't know why can I just cannot remember video games, and I don't generally think I have that poor of a memory. Jelly and I have been playing these, like, point-and-click escape room games. These, like, really poorly made escape room games that you can get for, like, a couple dollars on the Switch. And they're badly translated and make no sense. But we've been playing some of those, and she's frequently impressed because, like, most of the puzzles you just have to remember, like, shapes and colors of different items spread throughout different rooms in the house. And I can usually, after only seeing them a time or two, I can remember them, and she's over there writing everything down, and she's jealous of me. So I feel like I have a really good memory when I play those games. And then I play something like this, and I feel the complete opposite. Sounds like a hilarious time. It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. It's mostly just it's mostly her taking the wheel and me just kind of riding along for when she wants some a second opinion on something. But yeah, it's a pretty good time. I told her, I said, someday we need to play, like, a real point-and-click game. Like, a game, like... Oh, here we go. So this is what I was having trouble with before. The chandelier. I don't really know what to do about it. But that's what we're here to figure out. It's kind of hard to fathom that the C64 is more a step up from the Atari 2600 than it was a lesser than NES. C64, yeah, I think of the C64 as being really close to the NES. I think of the C64 as being a lot closer to the NES than the Atari. The 2600, that is. Alright, let's talk to all these guys. And I'm just blazing through this because we've already spoken to them and I've written down what they have to say. Okay, how did I know I killed these Sculptulas before. I couldn't collect them, but I know I killed them before. Fire arrows. There's still more in here, okay. I don't know if I checked all these. Look at that face. Those eyes, that's creepy. That's almost as bad as one of the transformations. Hey, welcome in, Raiders. Dollar Phil, thank you for dropping in, my friend. I hope you had a good stream, and welcome to your friends. We're very happy to have you here for Majora's Mask. We're hopefully finishing it tonight. We've been aiming for an all masks playthrough, and I've been trying to do it as blind as possible. So far, so good. Except I'm really stretched thin on ideas of what to do. I've got a handful of directions to investigate tonight, but I have growing worries inside of me. What were you up to over in the retro category? Were you playing something mind-bendingly difficult again? I kind of think the Skulltula is up on the wall, and I just haven't spotted it yet. But I want to make sure. I want to make sure that I have actually checked all these. All right, and I have. Might be on the other side of the grate, though. I don't see him in the line. I think there's one left. Oh, maybe under the table? I can't see under the table, and even if he was under there, I don't know how I would get to him. Alright, oh, no. Oh, okay. Hang on. Green. Blue. Green. That is alarming to have the first one I shot immediately be wrong. Okay, maybe he's in here. No? Chippendale. I couldn't even beat it. Chippendale gets really hard. I actually played that one a couple weeks ago myself. And yeah, that one starts off really easy, but it gets kind of tough later on. There's one, I don't remember what it looks like. There's an area with a vertical section that was a little bit hair pulling, pretty deep into the game. I became very concerned that I was going to run out of continues. And luckily I didn't, but it was only luck. It was only luck that saved me. This was a heart piece before. There's nothing up here. These guys are back. Oh, there might be more of these in here than I thought. I think they just respawned. I don't know. I can hear another one in here. It's driving me crazy. Which of these could be any use? I didn't really expect anything from those. Can we knock the... No. I mean, I could knock the paintings off the wall by jumping at them. Or by rolling at them, rather. Let me see. About this. Cool. I saw there was nothing under these before, but... I did run out of continues. It happens to the best of us. Okay. That is not the way. I got tokens I can't get to, and I've got another one I can hear, but I cannot for the life of me see anywhere. This is a very difficult room. Why am I not burning this cobweb? How's the chandelier going? It's making me scratch my head, that's for sure. It's making me scratch my head. Not only was that a terrible idea, it felt pathetic to try. Master Tuesday, welcome in. Happy Tuesday, Tuesday. This guy's immune to bubbles? Oh, I have to shoot him in the back. I'm out of magic. No, I can't even look around anymore. I don't want to waste that. What am I doing? These guys are back. Oh yeah, I have no magic. I cannot believe I cannot find the last one in here. I thought I checked all of these. Oh my goodness. Oh. I went around the room rolling into all the barrels. How did I miss one? Ah. I just do not know what to do. Go up the wall. Give me some tokens. Oh yeah, I don't have any magic. Oh, it doesn't matter. It takes hearts. The explosion doesn't reach up there anyway, though. doesn't have anything useful. Ground pound. Nope. I've tried every mask. Oh, excuse me one moment. I've got some food to collect. I'll be right back with you. Okay. Sorry about that. And look at this. Well, Jelly didn't listen to me, and now we do have a Majora Frownie. Love the content, the pause screen, and the blank face cam. You're welcome. Yes, look at it. Look at the mood. Jelly told me. She said it's kind of creepy. Oh, well, that's a lot of fun. All right, I'm gonna ask one question. One question, a very narrow question. I just need a yes or a no. Do I have the item or mask I need to get these tokens? Is it possible for me to get them currently? Yes and no. You do have I do have everything I need to get them. Okay. I'm guessing the no part means I need magic. I don't think there's any magic left. Why am I not smart enough to figure this out? I have a dumb idea I want to try. I really appreciate them making this a slope. No, I didn't want to take it off. Nice. Sometimes, sometimes it's just really satisfying to just run around as a Goron and just punch some enemies. It's very cathartic. Can I have some more? It's very easy to get the tokens. It's not very easy for me. It's a very painful and sad experience for me. I wanted more magic, but let me just ask those guys to get them for me. I only have one kind of arrow at a time? That's not good. That defeats the whole purpose of my plan. Oh, my plan was to use the magic arrows. I thought maybe they were color-coded. It's not just a matter of the wrong angle. I don't think. I can fire arrows into the chandelier, but I cannot fire the hook shot into the chandelier. I think I tried this and it didn't work. No! I keep doing that. I got one! I got two! I really thought I tried that. Oh. Thank goodness. Oh, the curse is lifted. The curse is lifted indeed. Oh, my poor aching mind. I don't know where to go for my prize. Maybe up here? Nope. It's weird that you get the heart piece. It's weird that there's a riddle to get the heart piece. I never saw like a spider guy anywhere around here. I did. I used the Zora mask got him for me. I can't believe it. I could have sworn I tried that. Thank you for the trophies. Thank you for the bits hooked on pot. Welcome to the stream. How did Minecraft treat you earlier today? I saw your stream title seemed to indicate you had ambitions for some serious business in the game. Yeah, what's the easiest way to get it? You can tell me now. How dumb was I? Roll onto the table? Like just a regular roll? Hang on, let me go. Let me go see. Well, I mean, it's not gonna... I already got him. Now I can't really... Just like it just roll into it? And shake them down? Thank goodness something worked. I feel like I was in here forever. I don't know where to go to collect a prize, though. There's no, like, Spider-Man to talk to, so... Maybe he's invisible somewhere. Couldn't find the Nether Fortress. Got to the Nether real fast, but 5 hours of searching for the fortress was enough for tonight. Better luck next time. Is there only one fortress in the whole game? Hopefully I can watch you get a win. I'd like to. I'd like to be able to do that. I can't make any promises. Oh. This guy wasn't here before, but I'm happy he's here now. I thought I heard some loud noises inside and came to check it out. This place, is this some sort of underground shelter? Did you find this place? I beg you, let me have this place. Not for free, of course. I hope this will do. Oh, he's going to give me a wallet, please. Oh, thank you. You got a giant wallet. Actually, I would have rather had a heart piece now I think about it, but... I knew there had to be a better wallet somewhere. Anyhow, I won't be needing it much longer anyway. Oh, the moon. He spent his life savings because of the moon. Alright. This is good, because now we can buy... There's a mask we can buy in the Curiosity Shop. Is there anything else I want to try to do first? On this cycle? I don't think so. I don't think so. Many fortresses, but it's hard to traverse through the Nether. You're not kidding. The Nether is a horrifying place, like... even for me, and I don't even think I ever knew there were things down there to find. When I played Minecraft, I just always used the Nether as a way to sort of fast travel to somewhere to just somewhere different, far away in the overworld. And it's just always a horrifying experience trying to find your way around down there. They added the Nether after I stopped playing Minecraft, Cal says. Yeah, the Nether wasn't there when I first played it, but I don't think Redstone was even there when I first played it. Because when they added Redstone, that seemed like mind-blowing. There might not. When they added, I don't remember. I don't know when they first added the Nether. I don't know how worthwhile it was to explore down there. I don't know if that's the reason I didn't know about the stuff that you can find down there, or if I just never found it. I always kind of treated Minecraft kind of like a Harvest Moon game. I never really treated it like an adventure game. I was afraid of the Nether for my first year playing Minecraft, but it's a necessary evil to find blaze rods to get to the dragon. And I've never been so bold and ambitious as to go looking for the dragon. Alright, I don't know when the Curiosity Shop opens. 10. I knew I was going to have a little bit of downtime here. I was going to say earlier, cows, I was going to say I was going to say I was going to apologize. I was going to say I'm afraid I betrayed you because I'm drinking a Mountain Dew with a blast of natural and artificial pineapple flavor. And I was going to apologize for eating pineapple, but now I think about it, I think that you should be thanking me because I am removing one pineapple substance from the world. I recontextualized it. I'm gonna need some money. One less pineapple death beverage out there to murder me. Alright, I don't remember when the last time I actually withdrew money from the bank was. It's been quite a while. I think that's so annoying. Welcome to the stream. You mean your name is Jeff? Pleasure to have you here, Jeff. Oh, that's not as annoying as I thought. All right, so I withdrew that money, and then I was immediately worried. Because it said that there was a 4 rupee charge. I thought they were going to take it out of my wallet, so I was going to have to then withdraw 4 more rupees. Because that's how the bonus money works. When you make a deposit, it puts it into your wallet. So like, if you're trying to get rid of all your money, you empty your wallet, they give you more money, and you have to go through the whole thing again. It's so annoying. Hooked on Pot says, I like killing the dragon and seeing how fast I can get there, but also spent too much time building and terraforming. Sorry, I got a mustache hair on my tongue or something. I'm a mess. Yeah, I like the building and terraforming in Minecraft, and I like filling my house with endless resources. Although nothing like when you showed me what you had built, Hooked on Pot, your structures just absolutely eclipse mine. Like my like like if the stuff you build is like a manhole cover from the street, the stuff I build is like a dime. Like that's the difference in scale. Come in tonight. I got nothing to sell. I kid you not. Can I buy something? Well, I've got nothing to sell either, man. I know he sells a mask. I've seen him sell a mask before. And I believe it was 500 rupees. I will eat more pineapple on pizza for you cows. Rid the world of disgusting and delicious fruit. I didn't remember that you liked pineapple on pizza. Jelly loves pineapple on pizza. Pineapple and pepperoni is her favorite pizza. So, I think, if I remember the notebook, the curiosity shop guy is somewhere for the next couple hours where I can find and interact with him in some way for our notebook. Or there's some way to get into here when it's closed. Does this make sense? The geography of this place? I know we can spy on the Curiosity Shop during the Couple's Mask quest. But I don't think we can get in here. Oh, well, I can ring the bell. It did me a lot of good. All right, I have to be on, like I feared. I think I have to be on the quest in order to do whatever this is. I also, in order to get him to sell the mask, I might have to stop the bomb bag thief. Because I kind of think he's only going to be selling a bomb bag unless I stop that thief first. At some point I need to go around and collect all the frogs, but I think the last frog is in Icona Valley. I wasted several hours. I wasted several hours on that frog side quest already, so I'm not eager to pick that up again. At least not yet. Some very nice Minecraft tricks I've learned. Yeah, I have just a very basic understanding. Green olives, pineapple, and feta cheese on pizza. Try it sometime. I would love to, but there's just no way I could possibly try that. I would love to be able to take your suggestion, but I'm so horrified at the prospect of combining dairy and produce that I can't put fruits and vegetables on my pizza. And don't talk to me about the tomato sauce. I'm conveniently ignoring that fact. My preferences have no logic or consistency behind them. And cannot be justified in any way. See, I think he's just going to be selling the bomb bag. Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna get this mask from him. It's gonna happen. Worked in a pizza shop for 7 years of my life. I've tried everything. Got bored of the normal stuff. This is exactly what I was talking about. Like, why? If you want to give me interest, just put it in my account. What? Hang on. Haven't evacuated. Something's going wrong here. Excuse me, let me take a look at you. Oh yes, frown, right. If I remember, you're the little guy who deposited 5154 rupees. Excuse me, but I can't take any more deposits. Sheesh, little guy. You're young, but you sure are serious about saving. I'm impressed. 5154 is a pretty odd, like, cap. I guess it lets me put in whatever puts me over 5K initially, but it just seems weird. It seems like they just capped it at a weird number. the way that just happened to me. All right, we need to go back in time, but I want to. Well, it's a sun song. What is the song of soaring? There we go. Yeah, it's weird that they let me. It's weird that they let me go over the cap at all, though. Made a pierogi pizza one time. Started out trying to make mashed potato / loaded baked potato pizza, but just tasted like a big open-faced pierogi. Alright, so I was thinking about this pictograph quest. I still don't have a super great idea of how to do this, but I'm going to try a couple things. Don't you just hate when you're trying to line up a photograph and the proximity of the moon to the earth causes the whole world to shake and and it messes you up? Don't you just hate when that happens? Aren't you going to rehearse, or are you just going to hit the stage without any practice? Oh, that's a real genius guitarist, so bold. I appreciate the mockery, thank you for that. What's up with the rehearsal? I've been told the rehearsal's about to begin. Band members are still shut away in their rooms, and Lulu's just hanging around by the lone island out back. What's going on? The music hits hard. Oh, I know. This end of the last day music is... and it makes you feel a lot of things inside. What's Lulu doing now? I'm so jealous. Okay, this is a guy. This isn't that great, but I'll buy it off you anyway. Next time, bring me a better shot that really captures Lulu. If you do that, I'll do you no wrong. Okay, so... I don't know, I've tried this a couple different ways, and... it's really good with sour cream for dipping sauce. No, this is not my first time playing the game. I'm definitely doing things in it that I didn't do before, but I did play this game as a kid. It's just been 20 years since I played it, so we're trying to kind of treat it like a first playthrough, since there's so much missing from my head. But no, strictly speaking, I did play this 2 decades ago. But a lot of these side quests are things I either never figured out, never did, or don't remember. It's kind of weird. Like, when I played games as a kid, I didn't 100% a lot of the games that I played. Like, a lot of times not even close. I just don't know. I don't know if there's something I can give to her, or... Oh, where'd she go? Hey, this might be good. Okay. Get out of here, buddy. I thought this was Lulu's room. Yeah, let me slow down time a little bit. Same here. I can't remember any of this. I know I beat it years ago. Yeah, I know I'm pretty sure I beat the game. Icona Valley made me have doubts. I really felt like I was seeing Icona Valley pretty much entirely for the first time. Before I played that, I would have told you that I beat the game as a kid. I'm a little less sure. Now, but I'm pretty sure I beat it, but I don't think I did. I mean, I know I didn't 100% it. Yoshi's Story is the only game I ever 100%ed, but that was largely thanks to Dad, who helped quite a bit, Cal says. Yeah, I didn't 100% a lot of games when I was a kid, but I would spend a whole lot of time, I would spend a whole lot of time just playing inside of game worlds. just walking around and spending time in it like a kind of like a sandbox. Doing a lot of sort of just pointless things. And just, just looking at things and enjoying the world of the game without really without really accomplishing anything in it. I could spend hours and hours just wandering around looking at stuff in games like this when I was a kid. But the idea of like hunting down every Skulltula and doing something of value that the game actually tracked, it was never something that I did. So I don't know where Lulu is during these last few hours, and I don't know if she is findable. I'm not sure if she's anywhere, if she actually is anywhere in the game world during this time. But I kind of think if I could find her now, taking a picture of her might be worthwhile. I tried taking a picture of her after clearing the dungeon, but when I do that, if I clear the dungeon, they just all go up on stage, and so far as I'm aware, they just stay up there forever. And so there's never a photo opportunity. But Lulu could be... I mean, she could be anywhere. I don't exactly have a lot of time to go looking around for her, so... This might not be something that I can do right yet. It might be something I'll have to try again later. Just double check she wasn't out here and I just walked by her. That clock sure is giving me anxiety down there. Like to just sit around listening to the music and just looking at stuff, yeah. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I would do a lot of. Missed out on Wind Waker and Four Swords. Never played them yet, but I've conquered every other Zelda. There's a handful of Zeldas I've never played. Four Swords is one. I've never played through Four Swords. I've never played through Minish Cap, the Oracle games. Skyward Sword. I was really hoping that maybe Lulu came over here to visit my grave. So there will eventually be a lot of first playthroughs of Zelda games on the stream. We tried doing one of the Oracle games. We actually tried to start one of those up on the stream, but my battery in the cartridge was dead. So I played like 2 hours of one of the Oracle games, and then all the progress got lost. Alright. Look at that moon. Look at that moon. That's the biggest we've seen it. I think we've got to get out of here, my friends. Skyward Sword was fun. Yeah, I wasn't really playing games when that one came out. I missed all the late GameCube through the very end of the Wii U. Is an era of gaming I just completely missed. Minish Cap is lots of fun. If you ever get the chance to play, I think you'd enjoy it. I have it. I have it, and like I said, we're going to be doing more GBA games now that I have that adapter. So that'll be one. I mean, I'm not going to do it right away because we're doing a Zelda game right now, but a couple months from now we'll probably do it. Link to the Past. I've played A Link to the Past. I've done that one several times. We've even done that one on the stream. I did a casual playthrough of that. Zadar Life, welcome to the stream, my friend, and thank you for the follow. Very happy to have you on board with us. Thank you for that. Look forward to that eventually then. Yeah, well, that might actually even be the next Zelda game that we end up doing. If the battery in that cart still works, then that one will get priority, I think. Link Between Worlds was fun also. I played a bit of that one. I didn't finish that one. I'm not sure how far. I got at least a third of the way through it, I think. I know I spent a lot of time. Grinding rupees to buy all the items. I remember that about it. Speaking of grinding, I need to go out into the field to fill up my pockets since we're at the start of a cycle. No. I was trying to decide because I'm gonna do the couples mask quest again. I was trying to decide if I wanted to do that on this cycle, but I think that no. I think we'll do that on its own cycle. I was thinking maybe I should do it now since they both of the things I want to do involve the Curiosity Shop guy, but I'm just if I try to juggle too many quests, I'm just gonna collapse mentally and waste all of our time. I do wonder if it is possible, if it's possible on one cycle to... I wonder how many people you can make happy on one cycle. Like, how many of the dungeons and, like, the ranch and the couple's mask, like, I wonder how many of those events, like stopping the bomb thief, I wonder how many I can do on one cycle to like make as many people happy as possible. I'm kind of interested to I'm kind of interested to see if I can puzzle that out. That might be something we do when we're done with the game. Is try to do a cycle where we maximize people's happiness. Just for fun. It kind of depends. The thing about that is it kind of depends on whether or not time stops when we approach the final confrontation with Majora. If time continues to move then that really puts us in a rough spot. Well, not really. I take that back. Not really. Because we don't actually have to be present for Anju and Kafei's reunion to know it happens. It's not important that we be there once we set it up. Bring joy to the world quest. Yeah, I just kind of like the idea. I kind of like the idea of seeing like the end of Groundhog Day where Bill Murray has like the perfect day or whatever. and solves everyone's problems in the town in one day. I wonder if it's to what degree it's possible to do that in this game. I've never seen it done, and I don't even know that I know enough about the game to make a satisfactory stab at it, but I think I want to try. Oh, I didn't read the second part of that comment. I got to play that on my kid's DS. I bought it for him for his birthday, so I could also play. Nobody tell Jelly, but a similar motivation may have inspired one or two of her gifts over the years. I don't know if I've ever talked to this stone. It seems the crows that fly near the town walls are fond of musical instruments. The crows that fly near the town walls are fond of musical instruments. I think I see a crow over here, so I'm gonna just investigate this for a moment. I'm not getting sidetracked, I swear. I know I saw a crow. I thought they were just enemies. Oh, there it is. I don't know what I need to play for it, though. Hang on. I'll just play with the Goron's Lullaby. Let's see what happens. Cool. All right. I lost sight of it. There it is. found it. It's gone. Well, I got some rupees. Well, here's the question. Are there more crows? Do I play them the same song or a different song? It did say crows. As in multiple. I'm gonna see if I can find another crow. On the remake, new one for the Switch also, Link's Awakening. Yeah, I played that one. I did play that one when it came out. That was pretty good. I had fun with that. I can't really say that I liked it better than the original, but just for nostalgia reasons, really. If someone were asking which one to play, I think the remake is probably the one to play. I think the visual, I think the sort of, 8-bit visual style of the original version has more impact in places. I think some sort of the more, like, negative emotions of the game come through more clearly in the original version in places, but I think that, you gain so much in, like, quality of life by playing the remake that I can't really justify not playing the remake. On the one hand, I keep forgetting I've got food here. On the other hand, I'm not really crazy about eating on the stream in the first place, so... Apologies for stopping to take a bite every now and then. Bought Breath of the Wild for my birthday, so I don't get all my games on my kids' birthdays. Just the ones I think he will like. And he does still play those games often. I expected as much. Hey, we've got more raiders coming in. Nice. Zinchan, great to see you. Welcome to Majora's Mask, Zinchan. Hang on just a moment. Let me speed up time here a bit. The Big Mitch, welcome in. Thank you for coming along. Thank you for the follow, too. Very much appreciated. Very kind of you to come on board with us. Thank you for that. And what were you guys up to? I hope you had a good stream, Zinchan. More of Dark Legacy. How is that treating you? Are you having as much fun with Dark Legacy as I had with Gauntlet Legends? Because I had a lot of fun with Gauntlet Legends. A little grindy. I had to play level 1. I had to play level 1 quite a bit in Gauntlet Legends. Which maybe if I were a little better at the game. Though I don't think I struggled that much. But maybe if I were a little better at the game, I wouldn't have had to grind so much. Might not have been the game's fault. But it really wasn't even that much. Just a half an hour here and there. But that's not the point. The point is, how is Dark Legacy treating you, my friend? Love the game. Chimeras are giving me a hard time. So, for everyone who's just come in, we're playing Majora's Mask. This is not a first playthrough. I did play this as a kid, but I definitely didn't 100% it as a kid, and I'm trying to get all the masks now, and it's the first time I've touched it in 20 years, so it's very, I mean, the stream is, not tonight specifically, but anyway. It very much is going to look like a first playthrough, because I don't know what I'm doing. But we're having a lot of fun. We're really far along. I've got just a handful of masks to get. And if I'm lucky, I'm about to get one. I'm about to get one of them very soon. We've just got to wait out here for a moment. I think I slowed time down, and now I need to speed it back up. Okay, so we need 394. We've had one great victory tonight already. I got a big wallet. And I know that I need the big wallet to buy the mask from the Curiosity Shop. I just don't know when it goes on sale. What mask are you looking for? I don't remember. It's, the Curiosity Shop guy, he sells a mask. I saw it for sale weeks ago. He sells a mask. I saw it for sale, but I couldn't hold 500 rupees back then. I think he wanted 500 rupees for it. So I wasn't able to buy it. And that's what I'm looking for now. Is whatever mask he had for sale, I want to buy it. So sorry, we're just kind of killing a little bit of time here while we wait for the shop to open. The things I need to explore tonight. I'm pretty much resigned to doing the couples mask quest again because I seem to have missed something on that quest. Probably a mask because I have people incomplete in my notebook who are involved with that quest. So I'm pretty sure I missed something there. So we're gonna do that quest again at some point. There's a door in Icona Valley I need to get behind, but I need to find more heart pieces for that. So if I'm wrong and I don't get a mask if I don't get a mask from the couples quest, but I do get a heart piece, I can maybe go back to Icona Valley. And I want to go there anyway, just to look around. Because I haven't really revisited that the way I have some of the other areas. And, I don't know, if I don't, nothing. Alright, so I think to get him to have the mask, I need to stop the robbery. Oh no, I know that he's had the mask for sale before, but I don't know what I did that might have triggered it. This guy. Nobody likes you, man. That mask has some disturbing lore behind it. Yeah, I think isn't all the lore in Majora's Mask disturbing? I can't really pretend to be surprised. This game gets really dark. I don't remember what time the robbery happens. But I think it's soon. I blew him up. Oh my, you think it'll never happen to you? Well, now I've learned my lesson, and I thought we would finally be able to stock bomb bags in our shop. It's too bad. I think I messed up. I didn't expect to explode him to death. Well, I don't know if that improved or ruined my chances of finding this mask over here. That's pretty good though. Thank you for the bits, Hooked on Pot. Thank you for the trophies. And thank you for the bits. I don't know. I feel like I've accepted payment for murdering a man. Shop's gonna go under now. Alright, so he doesn't immediately have the mask, and I didn't really expect he would, but I didn't want to fast forward time without taking a look. I wonder if that decision... I wonder if that has implications for other parts of the game. I don't know. Oh, no. That's the wrong song. Alright, let's go ahead a night. My final idea, if repeating the couples mask questline doesn't work, like my final resort is to choose town members one at a time to just tail them the entire cycle. I really don't want it to come down to that because we're gonna get awfully bored. But if I completely run out of things to do, my final idea is that I'll just be able to like choose like the postman and just follow him around, just be his shadow for 3 full days, and see if anything he does gives me an idea for something I can do. And if that doesn't work, I do have a. If that doesn't work, I've got a strategy guide on the shelf over there, so maybe we'll do some reading. But I would really prefer not to crack the spine on that. The postman is pretty cool in this game. I liked his 10-second challenge because I was actually able to pull that off. Shino, welcome in. Pleasure to have you here. What mask do I have? I can let you take a look. I really hope I don't end up dropping a lot of food on myself on the stream. That would be pretty embarrassing. I will admit, I tend to be a tremendously messy eater. It's not good. If I were eating soup, we would all hope would be lost. I have some Pokemon strategy guides. Don't want to break the spines on their back as well. I've got a handful of strategy guides. I used to pick them up pretty cheap when I worked at a used bookstore for a while, and so strategy guides were something that we didn't really have a whole lot of luck selling, and so I was able to get them from our clearance inventory pretty cheap fairly regularly, and I would just buy a lot of them just to have them. I've got a lot of them for ones that I've got a lot for like games I've never played and games I don't even own. I've got strategy guides for. But it's kind of fun to have on the shelf, though. Follow my plan. That's all I can do, right? Crystal River, welcome in, Kai. Frownie, I'm scared. Do you think I have a chance at joining the Dream SMP? I don't know what that is, Kai. But if that's your goal, and you know, I'm rooting for you. My dog's puppy had a really bad nightmare, so I put her on my lap, let her walk around so she can calm down and go to sleep again. I don't know that I've ever noticed any of my pets having nightmares. I've never really thought about it. Nothing to sell. Oh no. I've definitely noticed my I've definitely noticed my pets appearing to have dreams before. A lot of times my cat, Inky, when he's asleep, he will smack his lips like he is dreaming about eating food. That's all I can imagine that he's doing. Look it up on YouTube. It's a server on Minecraft some of my favorite YouTubers made. Also, a member of it passed on the 30th. My dog had dreams all the time. Kept whining and doing small barks and clenching some muscles. Yeah, when we had a dog, our dog would dream sometimes too, and that sounds pretty similar to the way he would act, but not really like in a concerning way. But I imagine if our pets dream, they must occasionally have nightmares. I imagine everyone who dreams has nightmares from time to time. I just never really thought about it. I was trying to see if I could stand like halfway up the stair. Or I could get Link sort of hovering in between the sort of levels of the ledge. Because I've gotta wait for the curiosity shop to open again anyway. That's how I choose to occupy my time. I don't think they'll let you do it. They don't wanna. Yeah. Well, good job, Nintendo. Deleting this account again? Well, then I suppose, suppose we'll look for you in a new form. Link has now learned how to play the tune to the Poke Flute from Pokemon Red and Blue. Love when dogs dream and twitch their paws and do tiny little wolf scout says. Same here. She seemed fine whenever she had those dreams. You're remaking it? Alright, well then we'll, I hope it goes smoothly for you. Yeah, I was trying to get him to do something like, there it is. There it is. Look at that. That's what we've been waiting for. The all-night mask for use at bedtime. I forgot when this was made, but it sure is a freaky mask, see? When you put it on, you can try to fall asleep, but you won't be able to. Pretty creepy. Yeah, so let's do that. You won't get sleepy if you wear this mask. And I actually know at least one of the things we need to use this for. But this is great. It's been a while since I found a mask. Apparently this mask won't let you drift off to sleep even if you want to. You bought a weird mask. This was added to your notebook. I don't have nothing else to sell. I kid you not, so can I buy something? Nope. It was originally used as a pain device forced to keep people who are fatigued awake until the mask was taken off. That's, yeah, that's a pretty unfortunate use for it. That's kind of what that's basically what I imagined when you told me that it had a dark story attached to it. That's alright. I'm pretty sure I can fill in the gaps. That's actually less disturbing than some of our masks, but I don't know how many of our masks I've actually gotten an up-close look at so far in the playthrough. But I know what to do with this mask, so that's good. That's good. It's the final day. I want to see about something. See, I think I could have used this mask in college. The all-night mask would have done me a lot of good. It is further along on this night than I thought it was. I don't know if 6 minutes is enough time. I can't believe I remembered that. I can't believe I remember that path. That's great. Uh-oh. I think I made a bad choice. I just want one egg. Goron face link creeps me out. Not sure what the longest. I'm trying to think. What the longest I've stayed awake was. I mean, it's definitely not been days. I thought maybe she'd have a reaction. Nope. I need to speak with her first. Nope. That is pretty much no use. I'm pretty sure I've taken a picture of her just hanging out here. And tried to turn it in, and that didn't work, so... That's alright. We're gonna go back in time in a moment. We're gonna use the all-night mask, and then we're gonna do just a little exploring in Icona Valley. Hang on. Oh, I have to be... Yeah, I'm not piecing this together very well. Alright. Back in time we go. Put Navi in the bottle. Okay. Oh, nope. I just wanted to check that I had emptied my rupees. I can't speak ill of Navi. Brave Fencer Musashi taught me just how valuable Navi is. I used to hate Navi with the best of them, but I have seen a world. I have seen a world where Navi does not exist, and it is not a world in which I desire to live. Pookie Stan. Welcome in, Pookie. Great to see you. There was one point in my life, due to end of semester needs, I stayed up for over 48 hours straight. By the time I went to bed, I could tell I was hallucinating, because as I stared at the ceiling, it was moving, kind of swaying around a bit, unlike a slightly wavy pool in slow motion. I hope that you didn't have to do that more than once. Tattle is a lot more mellow than Navi. Yeah. Yeah, I prefer Tattle over Navi. This is true, but if my only choices are Navi or no Navi, then I would pick Navi every time. So, we want the all-night mask to talk to Grandma. Oh, Tortoise, did you finish helping Father? Then let Mother read you a story. Now, which story would you like to hear? Carnival of Time. The Carnival of Time is it. The carnival is almost here, so it's good for you to learn its meaning. It's a little long, but I'll read it with some enthusiasm. Ahem. The Carnival of Time. Each year, the season of harmony begins when the sun and moon are in alignment, paying homage to the way that both nature and time are tirelessly in the process of progressing. The Carnival of Time is when the peoples of the four worlds celebrate that harmony and request fruitfulness for the year. Oh, cool. For ages, people have worn masks resembling the giants who are the gods of the four worlds. Now it has become a custom for each person to bring a handmade mask to the Carnival of Time. It is said that if a couple united on the day of the festival and dedicated a mask as a sign of their union, it would bring luck. Is that Shrek in the back right? There's a little bit of a Shrek quality there. That discrepancy between out of class time spent working and credit hours earned. I definitely remember that. The centerpiece of the carnival is the clock tower, and on the eve of all the festivities, the doors to its roof are open. From atop the clock tower roof, a ceremony to call the gods is held, and an ancient song is sung. All of these festivities for the Carnival of Time are held so that we may ask the gods for a rich harvest in the year to come. He did a good job. That's all for Tortoise. Now, when does the clock tower roof open? On the eve of the festival. You did a good job remembering. That's the boy I'm proud of. I'll give you some candy as a prize. That's nice candy. All right. I thought we'd have to listen to both stories for a heart piece, but we only had to listen to one. I mean, I'm gonna listen to the other one anyway. But wow, I didn't know there was gonna be a quiz though. I should probably pay attention. I mean, that was a pretty easy quiz, but the next one might not be so easy. The Four Giants, is it? This is quite long, but it is a good story for you to hear, so I'll read it with some extra gusto. Ahem. The Four Giants. This tales from long ago when all the people weren't separated into four worlds like they are now. In those times, all the people lived together, and the four giants lived among them. On the day of the festival that celebrates the harvest, the giants spoke to the people. We have chosen to guard the people while we sleep. 100 steps north, 100 steps south, 100 steps east, 100 steps west. If you have need, call us in a loud voice by declaring something, such as the mountain blizzard has trapped us, or the ocean is about to swallow us. Your cries shall carry to us. Because of where we're positioned, and I get it, but it's like, with three of them walking away, but one of them walking toward us, my brain wants to assume they're all walking away, and so it makes the one on the right look like his foot is on backward. Now then, there was one who was shocked and saddened by all this, a little imp. The imp was a friend of the giants since before they had created the 4 worlds. Why must you leave? Why do you not stay? The childhood friend felt neglected, so he spread his anger across the 4 worlds. Repeatedly, he wronged all people. Overwhelmed with misfortune, the people sang the song of prayer to the giants who lived in each of the 4 compass directions. The giants heard their cry and responded with a roar, O imp, we are the protectors of the people. You have caused the people pain. O imp, leave these 4 worlds, otherwise we shall tear you apart. The imp was frightened and saddened. He had lost his old friends. The imp returned to the heavens, and the harmony was restored to the 4 worlds. And the people rejoiced, and they worshipped the giants of the 4 worlds like gods, and they lived happily ever after. New speedrun category, Shrek percent. What do the people do to call the giants? Sing a song. That's right, but you couldn't just sing that song anywhere. 100 steps north, 100 steps south, 100 steps east, 100 steps west. The spot at which those giants parted is right in the middle of this very town. Oh, we got nothing for that one. That's not true. We got wisdom. Wisdom is the most valuable heart piece of all. Alright, cool. That ate up a lot of time. So now we've got an extra heart. I want to head to Icona Valley. I want to make sure time is slow. Time is slow. I watched a video about that not that long ago, Pookie. About the Mario Kart. About the hitting yourself with your own blue shell speedrun category. And I love that idea. I love the idea of a ridiculous speedrun category. There are actually people that speedrun Shrek on Twitch. That's not surprising. I imagine it'd be very difficult to find a game that nobody speedruns. I mean, I know there are games that very few people speedrun. Or, you know, very, that, you know, that don't get, the, you know, they get very few entries or, like, only have one entry. But it'd be very difficult, or, you know, one run. It'd be very difficult to find a game, I think. That has nobody who runs it, you know. I mean, you can, I'd take that back a little bit. I'm sure you can find indie shovelware trash that nobody has ever played, that nobody runs. But so far as like a real game that's been released has been physically released in the, you know, in the world. It'd be pretty tough, I think. I highly doubt anyone speedruns that Narnia game. I hope no one does, but I don't think we're that lucky. There's one game that everyone agrees nobody wants to speedrun, King's Quest 3. Why is that? Is it really broken, or does it have a lot of randomness? Claim to fame, #1 on speedrun leaderboards for every Hannah Montana game ever made. Hey, I looked like, for a while it looked like I was about to do that with E.T. I've played more E.T. games than most people have ever heard of. I've played more E.T. games than most people could possibly imagine would exist. Official E.T. games. And they're all a nightmare. Sounds a bit like Go Home and Die % in Ocarina of Time. Oh my. I can't break this with a bomb? I don't believe that. That stone had to be breakable. It's only rupees inside, though. Bomb chew, okay. That's better than rupees, but still not really the kind of thing I'm after. I'm being blown apart a lot here. Hello, Dora. Welcome to the stream. Alright, well, what do we think about this? You think a Goron could break this rock? This one I have my doubts about. Claim to fame. Hannah Montana game. There's an unskippable 5-hour cutscene in it, and afterwards the RNG reliance is so heavy it's not worth it. There's an unskippable 5-hour cutscene? This big rock. I'm suspicious of this big rock. We had an experience out in the wild recently. There's something up there. What's up? Why is... It'd be nice if I didn't have to just be constantly exploded by 1,000 enemies while I'm just trying to stand here and think, you know? Why is... Tattle interested in that spot? Wouldn't let you make the account for a bit. This place is a very, Thank you for the follow, Dora. Pleasure to have you on board with us. The enemies blew that up, not me. I wanted to read that. Yee-hee-hee, what are you doing in a place like this? Icona Hill beyond here is the place where the spirits with troubles and lingering regrets wander. Even now the spirits wander in search of one who can save them. It is unfortunate, but it is no place for one such as you. But if you must enter, then you must obtain the mask containing wandering spirits that can be found near the ranch. Without that mask, you cannot save their souls. Until then, I will not let you pass by here. Yee-hee-hee. That's... Yeah, we heard most of that before. There's a guy over here. I thought these rocks looked suspicious. We haven't talked to this guy yet, have we? Don't tell me that... I'm shocked you're the first person who's ever spoken to me. I've been here for many years, waving my arms around and asking for help, but everyone ignores me and passes me by. It's 'cause I'm about as impressive as a stone, right? I'm used to it, though. I have a request. Can you give me some medicine that would make even an unnoticeable stone like me feel better? I don't have any medicine. Alright. The stone... This is the guy... This is the guy we haven't spoken with yet. I thought everyone in the notebook had to be from Clocktown. I mean, I guess he's from Clocktown. But he's not... well, they're not in they're never in Clocktown either. Okay. Alright. Well, this is good. We found something we didn't find before. Thank goodness they put those stones there. Oh, Goron mask. It is I, Kai. Oh, you fooled me. I didn't recognize you, Kai. Oh boy, if only you'd found this way, way earlier, Frownie. Alright, well, I still think I'm missing some stuff out here. Because I don't know what it is that, I think I need the Scarecrow song, and maybe I can get up there. I misremembered there's heavy RNG at the start. A 15-minute segment where you have to do nothing or die, followed by even worse RNG. So it's not a 5-hour cutscene. Alright, well, let's go get a potion and the Scarecrow song. Is there something up there, too? I still, aside from that guy, I still have business in here, in this valley, too. I don't know if I've ever opened this chest. It's not special, though. Right on, Kai. We're fine with you however you are, my friend. I think this is the fastest way to get a Scarecrow. What's this guy up to? Hey, I stole that rupee from a crow. Don't go stealing it, man. This is the guy who works in the item store. You know the rule? I started up a Majora's Mask randomizer a week or so ago. It was a terrible idea. Are you doing it on stream Tuesday? I don't know how... I guess that's it. I guess that's the end of his storyline. Doing it off stream for fun, but having gotten completely stuck and being too stubborn to use the cheat sheet, I've now abandoned it. I'm sure you'll come back to it and conquer it. Mystical Stone responds. The postman puts his delivery schedule before everything else, but priority mail is of even greater importance. Makes sense to me. Greg's Retro Channel. Welcome in, Greg. Great to see you. I wanted to say, I'm glad you stopped in. I wanted to say, a day or two ago, you posted a video about Zelda 2, and I really, I think we have a lot of the same thoughts on Zelda 2. I agree with a lot of your feelings about that game. I like Zelda 2 quite a bit. Oh, I don't need to talk to this guy. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here for the scarecrow. Let me hear a song you wrote. Yes. Doing a full playthrough of that game. Just uploaded the second video a few hours ago. Nice. Yeah, I'll try and check it out in the next day or two. Yeah, I watched that, and I watched your Simon's Quest playthrough, and that was fun too. I don't think I would defend everything in that game that you would defend. But tomato potato, right? I'm mostly there with you. I'd say I'm about 90 to 95% of the way there with you on Simon's Quest, but there are a few places where I feel like I've still got to kind of roll my eyes at that game. I know, and you said it had a few issues. But I'm definitely a Castlevania 1 guy all the way. I'm definitely a classic Vania guy, so we kind of like the opposite flavors there. I don't. All right. I didn't want to get caught in a losing time or something like that there. I don't think I can get out of here. Oh, maybe I can grab that tree. But yeah, I was glad that I got around to checking out some of your stuff, and you know, I'm gonna be keeping a lookout, and when you post something that catches my interest, I'm gonna give it a look, and I expect I'll enjoy it. I can't grab that tree. Maybe I can grab this one. I don't want to go all the way back through the sewer. I don't want to go all the way back through the sewer, and I think I have to. I could probably just... Well, I could just warp. Alright. And actually, I need to go get a potion, so I should warp to the swamp. Kind of like Castlevania 2, because it was one of the few NES games where you could grind for an advantage by buying whip upgrades. I like the whip upgrades. In Simon's Quest. It's just so It's just so esoteric in so many places. It's hard to get behind it in some respects. I don't know my way around the swamp very well. I've kind of forgotten where everything is in relation to everything else. Used to like the original Castlevania, but every time I play it, try to play it, seems like I lose interest. That's why you've got to do some, challenge runs. What? Where is she? I may have discovered something else I've never seen. I think she went in here. Castlevania Damageless Run. Spice things back up. Tee-hee-hee. Did you need me for something? Have you seen an old hag named Kome who looks just like me? She hasn't come back from gathering medicinal herbs. I don't know which direction to go. I got lucky. Well... okay. Don't know if I'm good enough of the original Castlevania for challenge runs. I mean, it's not something for everyone. I was just saying, just throwing it out there as a suggestion. I definitely understand why not everyone would want to torture themselves by grinding attempts at games with ridiculous limits they set on themselves. I frequently question my decisions to do challenge runs. Vance Velez, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. I don't know if the raiders can see us and hear us quite yet, but welcome in if you can. We're very happy to have you with us. Thank you for coming our way, Vance, and welcome to your friends. Welcome to Majora's Mask. We are on the verge of progress. Speaking of challenge runs, I know. If you want to see some challenge runs done right, give Vance a follow. I've been in his stream during some pretty mind-blowing Bomberman gameplay. Great to have you here, my friend. And what were you up to tonight? I'm not sure I know what Rival Turf is. I don't think I've heard of this. What's the game, and did you have a good time with it? Right. Greg said, also thinking of recording Xanadu, a game I could probably complete in a video or two. There is something really appealing about, I kind of like that about your Simon's Quest video, Greg, that it was just one session straight through it. I think I like videos like that, myself, but I mean, it kind of depends on the length of the game. Right? You don't necessarily want one video that's like 7 or 8 hours long. But I like when we're able to do that on the stream. I feel like it hasn't happened a lot lately, but like when we played Super Turrican or when we played Hook, or even when we were playing the sort of those kind of terrible games in January, when we could sit down with a game and play it start to finish in one session over just a couple hours. I like when we can do that on the stream. Rival Turf is a heartless beat-em-up designed to be defeated in 30 lives or less. Let's just say trying to no-death run it has been major lulls. What's it for? Is it a newer game? What did that tell me to get out? Gone out back to the woods on a little errand. It's almost 6 o'clock, so I'm just going to push the time forward just a little bit. It's an SNES beat 'em up, traditionally 2-player simultaneous. Also goes by the name Rising Beat Shura. Rushing Beat Shura. Yeah, that's one that's gotten by me. I've never come across that game. I think I'd be terrified to play it though. I have a hard time with beat 'em ups. I played Double Dragon last year, and it took like 5 or 6 nights before I was able to beat Double Dragon. And that's just beat it. No challenge, no special challenge rules anywhere even approaching my brain. Beat 'em ups are a scary genre for me. I did play and really enjoy Streets of Rage recently on the Genesis. I tried that for the first time a couple weeks ago. I couldn't beat it, but I thought that was pretty fun. It seems the Redeads that appear in Iconic Castle start dancing when the Captain's Hat, Gibdo Mask, or Garo's Mask are worn. But that does not change things much. Same here, not very good at beat-em-ups. More into RPGs, Metroidvanias, and Zelda games, Craig says. Yeah, I think that I think for me, the thing with beat 'em ups is that they're usually balanced for multiple people to be playing them. And even when they're easy enough for a single player, they tend to be kind of tedious if you play them alone, I think. I think beat 'em ups are as a genre are really a lot better for multiplayer situations. I need 3. I need 3 rupees. I knew I needed. I suspected I needed 3 rupees. That's why I was looking around for bushes over here. But then I got hopeful that maybe, just maybe, it would be a little less. I think I can get some rupees over here. Oh, I should be wearing this bunny hood more often, too. Played traditionally, it's a lot of fun. Dying in 2 or 3 hits is a lot less terrifying if you have 30 lives to spare. All right. If you've just come in, I guess I should say by way of a quick introduction that what we do around here. Primarily, the stream is for retro games. We work frequently off of original hardware. I really like doing blind runs and challenge playthroughs of games, like a lot of platforming and adventure type games. But we do a very wide variety of things, and generally in as laid back of a style as I can manage. we aim to have a very relaxing sort of environment, despite the agony that I'm frequently going through, punching above my weight class with these games. So that's the kind of thing that goes on around here. All right, I got the Scarecrow song, and I'm already in Icona Valley. I should have. Why did I ever go to the swamp to buy potion? I should have just come over here all along. I am the all-time heavyweight champion of wasting time. All right. I'm glad I was right about that. I feel good. That was the correct thing to do. It's just for a fairy, really? I mean, I wasn't expecting a whole lot. It was just a bottle and not a chest, but I don't know. I'm still a little sad. Alright, I guess there's no other reason to be up here. Alright. This guy is just saying all the same stuff we've already heard. Ah, is that it? It cost me $100, so you better have a good reward for me, man. I feel better, I think. Thanks, oh here, in gratitude. Nice. Alright, great. You got the stone mask. Look at the stone mask. Where it was sea to become as plain as stone. Now let me practice standing out. You helped the inconspicuous soldier. This was added to your notebook. Hey, he's visible now. So he's not... I can't tell. I can't tell whether or not he's a ghost. I thought he was a ghost. But now I can see him without the lens of truth. Was he a ghost and the potion brought him back to life, you think? I don't know. The stone mask, it reminds me of Little Big Planet. It reminds me of Little Big Planet. Cal says, that reminds me of those little spirits from Ghibli movies. I don't actually think I know the character that you're talking about, Cows. I've seen a couple Ghibli movies, but it's been such a long time. I think I saw Castle in the Sky. And I think I've seen part of Kiki's Delivery Service and part of Spirited Away, but I don't think I've seen all of either of those. Oh boy, you got the stone mask. That's a good mask. Gets the camera to record the inevitable realization. If you use the lens of truth near here and speak to the man you find, you may earn a mask that can enable you to blend into backgrounds and move about without being noticed. This would have told me that guy was over there, so I should have read this 1,000 years ago. So this makes me invisible? And this is... So the moment of surprise you're waiting for, Master Tuesday, is when I realize that I should have been wearing this mask to protect myself from the bomb dogs. Is that the moment that we're waiting for? Is that I kept complaining about all the bomb dogs and the solution to them was right here, just a couple feet away from me? I don't like this game anymore. It's picking on me. I'm gonna try and think if there's anywhere else I can use this. As long as you're wearing it, enemies can't see you. That and a whole bunch of other stuff. I dropped a photo in the Discord. Right on. Right on. Thank you, Cows. Remember the stealth section of the Pirates Fortress? The stone mask makes you invisible to them too. Oh well, I'm glad I got it. I'm glad I got it when I planned to never go back there. That's a really helpful mask. Hey, Pookie, thank you for the hydrate. That's a really good idea. In fact, I'm gonna take another bite of food before I hydrate. I didn't notice the current of the water was pushing me around. I thought it was safe to just tread water for a little while. I'm always wrong. Hey, wait a minute. That Octorok can see me. I was wearing the stone mask. That Octorok can see me. I have been sold a scam. The stone mask does not work on Octoroks. The 3DS remake is slightly more generous with it. If you find the guard sitting in the middle of the pirate, you find him sitting in the middle of the pirate's fortress instead of Icona Valley. Oh, Octoroks see through sound, not sight. Vibrations or something? Oh, I don't know. Do aquatic creatures? Is that something we would expect of an aquatic creature? I guess, don't dolphins, like, sing to each other? I guess that checks out. No, but it's what Nintendo will say to cover the plot hole. It seems somehow you managed to send the Icana's wandering spirits into peace, but outside of Icana, there's still swarms of wandering spirits with lingering regret. The ones in this room want to meet you again. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah, suddenly out of nowhere I had to sneeze, and then I looked around and I didn't have any tissues. But I've put myself back together. It was so weird. It's just in the middle of the dialogue. I was like, well, this is unavoidable. But thank you for standing by, my friends. I appreciate your patience. And welcome to the stream, Jesse Thompson. Happy to have you here. Glad you could be here for some Majora's Mask. We're actually making a little bit of progress tonight. I found 2 masks. We've got 3 left to go. I think we really only have 2 left to go. Because I think you get the last one for finding all the rest. So we're getting close. It's going real slow, but it's going pretty well, I would say. The ones in this room want to meet you again and have been waiting here for quite a while. Go see them if you feel like it. I'm sure they will welcome you. He says this. And we've talked to that guy before. But my whole thing about this area is this one door over here on the left, I can't seem to go in. So, Cross your fingers. No. If you want to meet the ones in this room, then extend your life energy more. I don't think we're ever going to make it through this door in this playthrough. I don't think I'm going to get enough heart pieces to be allowed to come in here. Unless there's a mask in here. Which, I mean, look at this. I've never noticed these before. If there's a mask in here, then we're going to have to get more heart pieces. But I've been trying to get in there for a very long time. Excited for Majora's right on. Yeah, this game's been a lot of fun. I'm trying to finish it tonight. So this might be the last time it shows up on the stream. For the foreseeable future, if we do finish it. But it's not... Unlike some other games I could mention, it's not because I'm tired of it. My only real problem, like, / complaint with the game at this point is that I just don't know what to do. Is that I just don't know where, like, I've got 20 heart pieces left to collect. And I cannot imagine that there are 20 places left in the world map that have heart pieces hidden in them. Like, I just can't even... I can't even begin to process where they could possibly be. That gossip stone, all the way over there, I really want to talk to that gossip stone just because it's so difficult. It looks like it's so difficult to do. I don't think I've ever talked to that one. We're going to do it. This had better be worth it. That gossip stone had better say, "No one has ever talked to me before. Here's a free heart piece." You could definitely find the last two masks this stream. They're a bit tucked away, but not hard to find at all. All right, let's keep our fingers crossed. Oh, Master Tuesday, I forgot to mention. I don't think you were here for it, but when I was doing 2600 games last week, I did play Adventure, and that's a really fun game. Adventure is really cool. It is kind of broken and janky, but I had a great time with that game. That was just like one of those like moments where I play a game that's just completely bizarre and opaque, and then just like all these great little moments of revelation started to happen. I was actually able to figure it out, and it felt magical. I really liked that game. I'm glad you suggested it. I'm glad I listened to you. I played through on a easy difficulty and then normal difficulty, and I was able to get the trophy both times. I didn't try the third difficulty though. but we'll do that. We'll do that sometime. I always do that. I always accidentally click too many times. I just realized I don't remember the code. Hey, but I'm right. I have to pick it up. I have to pick it out again at some point then. I admit I picked it just for the name, but then I realized it's actually a pretty big piece of gaming history. Adventure is the first game to ever have an Easter egg in it. Yeah, so after the stream, I watched a little video about it on YouTube, and it said something about that the creator hid his name in it, and it's like, I mean, I think they said it wasn't the first time an Easter egg had been hidden, but it's the first time an Easter egg had like been found or something like that. But it's basically like the first important one. I don't remember exactly how they worded it. But it was really cool, and it's very, I don't know how you can play it and not think of Zelda and not think, "Oh, I see. Zelda is just this game." After we talk to this Gossip Stone, I'm gonna take a little bit of a look around, but my plan is to go back in time after this Gossip Stone and then work our way through the Couple's Mask quest again, so that I can see if I'm right that I missed something. But yeah, if I can get the masks that I'm missing, then I plan to actually head into the end game and finish the game. Where is the moon? It's the moon, and I can't find it. There's that crow. Maybe I have to... Okay, I forgot how to do this. I have to look at him first. You have a moon emote. I don't know if you've ever shared that one, Chaos. Yeah, we played Moon Patrol and Adventure, and both of those are really good games. I didn't beat Moon Patrol, sadly. That music that I played while I was gone, Sparrow the Dragoon, he made that remix while I was playing Moon Patrol. But that's one I'm gonna have to play that again because I wanna beat that one. That's one you can actually beat, where it's like a side scroller with levels. I mean, I'm sure that when you beat it, it loops, but I want to complete a loop in that game. I got close, but I couldn't pull it off, so we're gonna have to play Moon Patrol again, and we're gonna do Adventure again. I'm gonna see if I can beat it on the 3rd level, on the 3rd difficulty. It's a very good emote, and I'm so happy I can give moons during Zelda games. Only recently became usable on other people's streams. Ah, I see. True fact, Majora's Mask was originally going to have a 7-day cycle instead of 3. There's still functional coding in the game for the moon's position across all 7 days. It's even accessible through the 4th day glitch. I'd actually heard that. I'm glad. I'm glad it doesn't have a 7-day cycle. I think that would be too big. I think the 3-day cycle was just the perfect idea. What is the point of the 4th day glitch? What is? I don't think I've ever done it. Maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll do that later on. Maybe we'll take a look at it. So maybe you shouldn't tell me what it does. Oh. I mean, if it's something, all right, yeah, maybe that. I was gonna say maybe if it's something tremendously underwhelming, maybe it's not worth doing it. No, you're fine. If it's something not worth doing, then by all means, let's not waste time on it. I forgot. We've talked to these guys all already. I just think when I did it, I didn't have the lens or the mask of truth back then. So I kind of forgot how these guys work, but this shouldn't take very long. Where'd my mini map go? Oh. You can turn the minimap off. I didn't know that. I'm in the wrong place. That's so weird. It took a nap. Well, I can't be upset with it for that. I'm a huge supporter of naps. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Gabora. I was saying earlier that I'm on Team Navi now. I'm a fan of Navi. But I'm not a fan of Gabora. He's the worst. He's the worst. The only video game character worse than him is Adam from Metroid. I know, Morshu. I know exactly. It's so torturous. And why would they make the default button the repeat button? Why would it default to repeat? It's just disgusting. Not paying attention to not paying attention to what I'm doing. I'm doing a whole lot of unnecessary talking. I would be, I would be really upset if this is not worthwhile. I mean, I can't imagine how valuable it could be, but it's a piece of information that's not easy to get, so I'm thinking that it at least has a chance of being worth going through this effort of reading, right? They had to know. They had to know that you had the potential to make it over here without having the lens of truth and to make it so difficult to get back. Listen to the sound of all that useless money pouring into my wallet. Okay, the moment of truth. Fierce deity mask. A mask that contains the merits of all masks seems to be somewhere in this world. That was not information that I needed. I don't even think that's true. I don't even think that that's true. Think I want to play a Majora's Mask randomizer tomorrow? I would say that sounds like a great way to spend... Well, for me, it'd be a great way to spend the next several months of my life, because that's how long it would take me to finish it. That would be a great way to spend your time. I don't think there's anything I want to do on this cycle now. Okay, so the curiosity guy, he has a mask icon, but he doesn't have a ribbon, so I've got to try and find him. Looks like the afternoon of the last day. And I've got to find the mayor's wife and the postman and the end of the last day. I've already looked for the I've already looked for the curiosity guy a little bit, and I can't get into his shop or the house behind his shop. I'm going to go to the last day and see if I can find where Cafe's mom and the postman are, and just see. That's it, just see. Just see what I can see. I want time to be normal for a while. Pretty fun, but you have to get the keys you need every time, which makes playing each 3-day cycle longer. Oh my goodness. Oh, that sounds horrific. All right, and kind of right at the start of when we can begin looking for them. I heard the footsteps, and I thought it was the postman, but it was the little kid. Oh, I want to flee, but it's not written on the schedule. To me, the delivery schedule is the highest priority. To myself, you have been doing a great job delivering the mail. I have a request for my hardworking self. All of the townsfolk have taken refuge. I want myself to flee too. Even if it's not written on the schedule, I want myself to flee, please, from me. Oh my. It's... I don't really expect anything from these. I don't think he's going to respond to a mask. So my guess is that we need to do something for him. We need to change his schedule somehow. This week's schedule: morning collection, afternoon delivery, evening practice. The week's motto: don't slack off. The heavens and the wife are watching. I mean, technically he's disobeying the schedule right now, right? This doesn't look like practice to me, man. Oh. Bunny ears. Nope. Never mind. Alright, well, I know where he's gonna be then, I guess. I know where to come looking for him. Poor guy, I know. I know, I feel pretty bad for him. I also forgot to mention the randomizer. You can also force dud spots for item drops. You know the really tough shooting galleries? Well, I know a couple shooting galleries. I don't know if we're thinking about the exact same ones. Oh, wait. What was that? There's a gathering of the fellows at the milk bar tonight. Oh, this is not the mom. This is Cafe's diary. We've read that before. Okay, we've read that before too. The swamp and the Clocktown shooting galleries are impossible for me. They're pretty tough. I think I've done both of them though. Unless they've got like a secret, like hard mode or something that I haven't done. I think I've completed each of them once. I mark them as dud spots because I have lousy accuracy. Me too. At least in the N64 OG. Really, I think it's See, I think they're not that bad when you play it with the with the original stuff. But I mean, I know I'm in a I've got a situation that's not easy to duplicate. But like playing these games on a CRT with a decent quality N64 controller, I don't think it's really I don't think it's all that bad. I mean, those are hard shooting galleries to do for sure, but let me have a $200 glass of milk, please. The drink even improves your stamina. Swirl it around with your tongue to enjoy its flavor to the fullest. My stamina is improved. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Yeah, I can't get her to pay attention to me at all. So whatever I'm supposed to do to make her interactive, I'm supposed to do much earlier in the cycle, it would seem. Unless I'm just supposed to wait here and she'll talk to me at like the last minute before the world ends. But I don't suspect that that's actually the case. You want to know why I don't like the shooting galleries? It can contain spoilers. If it spoils something that's only relevant to the shooting galleries, then I'll hear it. But if it's something that spoils a different part of the game, then maybe hold off. Oh yeah, so the points needed to win or what you have to do for it? I mean, so far as I'm aware, you just have to do them perfectly, right? All enemies in 8 seconds to spare for max points. Oh, that I think I didn't know. Alright, I think it's time to head back in time. And see. I think it's time to head back in time and see if I can remember how to do the couple's mask plotline. Yeah, the shooting galleries definitely took me a couple tries. I think the one in the swamp, I even ran out of, I think if I remember right, I was trying the one in the swamp on the last day, and I ran out of time and had to come back and do it on a different cycle. Okay, first thing is talk to Anju, I think. cow mask. It didn't close while I was shooting the enemies, but it was real late, and I decided I don't remember exactly because it was several weeks ago, but I think that it was just getting real late, and I was like, I just decided I didn't have enough time to go get the rupees I needed for more tries, and I was just like, I'll just go back in time and try it again. It was extra hard. It was I do remember it was extra hard doing it on the last day because sometimes the moon would make the world shake, and it messes up the shooting gallery game because the game shakes. Okay, if I got a little bit of time, I should definitely use it for making my pockets a little less empty. Ganon and the Fishing Lake minigame use the same sound effects. Next time I'm playing that, I'll have to take a listen. I don't think I've ever noticed that. Okay. Uh-oh. I think I have to talk to her when she's in the kitchen. I'm here too early. Oh, I have to talk to her after the postman arrives. Well, I'll just hang out and stand on her furniture. The fishing lure sound plays when Ganon starts flying. Yeah, I never knew that. Well. Oh no! Oh no, the postman came and left and I missed him? No, it's too early. Okay. There should be a side quest. There should be a side quest for wearing the cow mask and talking to every cow statue in the game. Because there's one in almost every room. Wait a moment. I did nothing. Or did it? It did nothing. I thought I was onto something there. Dog? That's a strange looking black and white dog you have there. Even if it doesn't do anything, talking to the cow statues is important. It's very odd how she walks with her arms, like, so stiffly at her sides. I wasn't arguing, cows. What's this? I've delivered this to you. Wait, this letter, where did you? From the post box. That's not what I mean. From the post box where? From the post box somewhere. That's not what I mean. I don't know where he is. Even if I knew, it would be a secret. Here we go. You're also looking for Cafe. I have a request, Cafe. I have a clue that will help you find him. Tonight at 11:30, please come to our kitchen. We'll talk then. Perfect. $11:30. I don't think there's anything to do in between now and 11:30. I can't fast forward time inside. Link seems to have a rough time with those stairs. It really, like, he moves really slowly up those stairs. Alright. I thought I could talk to her to move time forward a couple hours. Ah. I wonder if there's any way to hit this harder than... Alright, well, there doesn't seem to be any prize for ringing the bell. I stun-locked myself. Should I play Breath of the Wild tomorrow? I haven't played my Wii U in a year. I recommend playing Breath of the Wild any opportunity you get. I like that game quite a bit. I feel like Breath of the Wild was a pretty magical experience for me when I played it. I had a great time with that game. It's kind of weird how the like beam of light just kind of ends. It's less like a beam of light and more like a fan blade of light. I don't know. I forgot I was wearing that mask. I wonder. I wonder if ringing this bell has a purpose. I have an idea. I have an idea about what to do about that bell, but it might be... I don't know. It's one of those things that, like, it'd be so tedious to test. I think I should just forget I had it. Let's save it for later. I can't do it on this cycle now, anyway. Going to bed. Good night. Good night, Kai. I hope you sleep well. And if you do play some Breath of the Wild tomorrow, I hope you have a great time with it. Cleaning up the bugs in here. They need to put me on the payroll. I really wanted to stand on top of the stove so I could dump bugs in the soup. That was my whole plan. Look, I've multiplied the bugs. This one's climbing up into the sky. Alright, we got a letter. And now I've got to send a letter to him. They behaved less interesting that time. Can I have this fish? My first thought had actually been to put the fish into the soup, but then I was like, well, I already have a bug. I thought it was going to put itself in the soup. Now it's going to blink out of existence. Alright, well, that was all... that was all completely pointless. But kind of fun. Okay, don't think it matters which mailbox I use. Okay, letter be delivered in the afternoon. The thing about that is the letter is delivered at such an inconvenient time, right? I can't just skip ahead. Maybe I can. I'm not done with her quest? I thought for sure all I had to do was listen to her story. Maybe I have to go listen to her stories in the opposite order. Maybe that's what I did wrong. I don't know. I need a hint. No, I'm good, Master Tuesday. I'm good for now. I'm just stunned. I'm just stunned is all. Push this frog. Can I push this frog all the way into the water? And push myself into the water. Is it just me, or did the frogs croaking... The frogs croaking became muffled when I put him underwater. Maybe not. Maybe not. It's just an effect of where I was standing. Oh, perfect. I'm not fast enough. Reminds me on the randomizer I did, I randomized the noises too. The frog's ribbit got swapped with Link screaming, so I'd be walking around areas and I'd just randomly bump into this screaming frog. That's a pretty unfortunate swap, Tuesday. I'm supposed to kill a lot of time in this area. I mean, I don't have to stand here the whole time, but I'm not sure that I can make it back. There was a bug. We've all just seen how much fun the bugs can be. Can I grab him anyway? I did. I got him through the wall. What happens if I drop bugs off the bridge. You see, you remember a couple hours ago when I was talking about playing these games when I was a kid? This is the way I would play. This is the way I played Zelda. I never I never found all the Skulltula tokens. But I walked around asking myself, I wonder what happens when I drop bugs off the bridge. Younger Frownie asking the real questions. I was hoping I could ring the bell by throwing a bush at it. That works. Oh, that works. Wait a minute. I can't even see it. Nintendo thought of everything. They thought of everything. Royally outsmarted. You know, what else is new, right? What's life without curiosity, right? I hope doing this isn't messing up this quest for me. Oh no, I released my bugs. Alright, I think the postman is supposed to be arriving any moment now. Oh great, I hear him. Don't let the bed bugs bite, Cafe. I'm the real villain of the game. I'm excited for the multiplayer Breath of the Wild mod Point Crow is backing. This is the first I've heard of it. Okay. So... just curious about the curiosity shop. Look, there's a cow even in here. From this angle, the neck of the cow statue looks very strange. Streamed a peek of it a week or so ago, so it looks really promising. Well, hopefully Nintendo doesn't find out and obliterate him for it. Bobbleheads do look odd from the side. Alright, so I have to give this pendant to Anju. I think I know what messed me up. The last time we did this quest, I think I know why where I went wrong. Or why I did the wrong thing. Because when he told us about the curiosity shop, I staked out the curiosity shop, and I went all in on finding the thief out in Icona Valley. And I didn't stay around town and talk to anybody. I think that's how I ended up doing the wrong thing. Because I had already seen the thief out there in the valley, and so when I saw him... in the store... Yeah. What are you up to? Awfully busy. Awfully busy, this guy. Alright, let me look at my notebook. I think I can skip time ahead. And be okay. There's nothing with him today. Could maybe find her. Where's the postman? It's the postman. I think I'm gonna skip ahead. So busy standing there, I know. It's all the guy does. My bowl of rice seems endless. Endless rice seems nice. It's all right. It's gotten rather cold over the the 5-hour course of the stream. But it still tastes pretty good. I've been going for a long time. I should probably cut my recording here. So let's do that while we stand around for a second.